Hello, everybody. Hi, Light. Hello. Nice dress, Christine. Thank you. Dodgers won last. Yeah, one final. Congratulations. Sanchez. Hug. Um, guess what? Hi. Hello. Hi, hi. Yeah? Guess what? I found this picture of me. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a picture. Yeah. I had to look for a profile picture cuz like cuz four of them got rejected. like I submitted four profile pictures and they all got rejected, but they all look like me. So I'm on a hunt to like look for profile pictures, but this one looks this one was taken by a professional photographer, and yeah, it looks like me. And this is the one I used for my USC position. Christine picture, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was good. It was good. Spider-Man Sanchez, yeah, it was good. In any case, yeah, I was looking for profile pictures, and they all look like me, but I'm getting all of them rejected. So I'm just looking for yeah, I think I found one that I really like because I look really happy in there. So hopefully it won't get rejected. But yeah, this one actually looks like me. Yeah. Any case, that's what I look like. Oh, let's see. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna put that picture in my website. And then yeah. In any case, yeah. Yeah. Um that's what I look like. Well, but you already know what I look like. Christine, look happy in the picture. Yeah, I was very happy in the picture. There's actually there's actually a picture that I look even more happier. And I really like that one cuz yeah, it looks like I'm actually enjoying getting photographed. So, hopefully that one will be accepted. You look like you now too. I know, right? That's my family. My family likes, yeah. So my family really likes this picture because they said this is the closest to what I look like in real life. So, yeah. So that's why they really like this picture because, yeah, because hello everybody. What if I just like put that picture there and then I just play? Any case. Yeah, but yeah, I like this picture a lot. I had this as my profile at USC. They accepted it. They're like, yes, it looks like you. As a piano, looks like you. But yeah, 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 it really does look like me. Most pictures don't look like me. So like photogenic or unphotogenic, people find me more attractive in real life. So like when they look at my picture and then when they look at me, they get shocked. Like there's this like little bit of like a jolt, like, oh my gosh, you look so much younger. Oh my gosh, you look or like there's like a little surprise factor. Oh, they're here. Gee. There's a little surprise factor. Yeah. So I do enjoy that. I enjoy being more attractive in real life. I like how people get like, "Oh," and then they pay me a compliment. So I do like that. I think it's better than the other way around. I think it's better than like having like a beautiful picture, and then people see you in real life and they're like, "That's what you look like." you know, I think it's better to have like a horrible picture, like a horrible picture of you, you know, and then people think, "Oh, that's what she looks like," and then they see you in person, they're like, "Oh my gosh, you look so young. Oh my gosh, you look so pretty. You're so beautiful." Like I like that. So I mean, I don't mind. I actually think it doesn't matter what a pianist look like, but you know, because you're just a pianist. It has nothing to do with looks. You play the piano. Nothing to do with looks. I don't really care. But what I do enjoy is, like, for example, somebody sees like a picture of me, and then, they like meet me in real life, and they're like, "Oh," and then they say, "Can I take a picture with you?" Oh no. I've taken a picture with some people a few times before, but then I don't really like taking pictures. In general, not my thing. But in any case, I was like, "Oh, what?" 4 profile picture submissions rejected, but that's what I look like. So I was like, okay. Time to find another one. Yeah, but I do enjoy being unphotogenic. I quite thoroughly enjoy having having people see me in real life and get shocked. Like, "Oh." They see me in real life and go, "Oh." But then, when I had this picture at USC, so like I had this picture, right, as my profile picture at the faculty, which I still look like this. And then students still found me a lot more attractive in person. They came up to me. Some of them said, "Oh, yeah, you look better in person." I guess, but when you look at a person, it's still about like the aura, and there's a charm to meeting somebody in real life that you don't get from, just a picture, right? So probably, I don't know. I don't really care about my looks. I think if I cared about my looks, I would dress differently, wear my makeup differently, do my hair differently. I think if I cared, about my looks at all, I would do things differently. But I'm trying to wait until they go away. But it's okay. I'll just start. But yeah, it's daytime. I know I set it up like, you can't tell the time of the day here, but it's daytime. It's like, can call phone call. Yeah, it's 12:57 p.m. on Tuesday. 12:57 p.m. on Tuesday. So it's like, yeah. In any case, it's 12:57 p.m. It's like sunny outside. I have the blinders, like the curtains off, and then I have the indoor. Yeah, but everybody's working. They're working. I'm working, so I'm just gonna get to work. Thank you. I find it better to be behind the camera. Oh, cool. Hello again for Wisconsin Rapid Tire Daytime in the 3 afternoon. Yeah. I'm in California, Pacific Standard Time. So, yeah, it's close to 1 o'clock right now. Mm-hmm. It's storming here, Christine. So sad outside. Oh, Lena, have some chocolate. Lena, I've been having a ton of chocolate. In any case. I hear everybody? Okay. Let's see. What could I play? Sounds like dentist drill, right? Hello, everybody. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hear a lot more. Yeah, yeah. This is because yeah, because it's 1:02 p.m. It's 1:02 p.m. and it's Tuesday, 1:02 p.m. So people are working. I'm working. Everybody's working. It's working time. Lucky for those who don't work at this time, but most of us work during this time. 1:02 p.m. Yeah, so if we hear them, we're gonna just cheer them on and say, "Good job, everybody. You're working." Christine's working. Lawnmowers are working. It's great. Well, and hello to people from outside this time zone. I'm where Pikachu is, over there. In any case, like, subscribe to our membership. Welcome and welcome back. Thank you for the music. Of course, of course. Good job, lawnmower people. That's right. That's right, Lena. You're very nice. Thank you, Lena. Good job, lawnmower people. Absolutely. Good job, lawnmower people. Yeah. It's 1:03 p.m. Thank you. It's 4 p.m. here. Still working time. Oh, it's still working time over there. Yes, yes. Absolutely. 4 p.m. is still working time. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes. Everybody's doing good job working. That's right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. I'm just going to be practicing. I was doing Scriabin last week. I did not get to touch the piano at all. At all. So, what should I be doing? I should be doing. Oh, I did want to take a jab at the sight readings things again. Okay. Oh, lovely ice cream. Uh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Here. Oh, this one is so pretty. makes more sense. Which opus is this? 16. Ugh. Presto, energetic presto. I still on? Let me see. Hello. Ah. That's so funny. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Beauty tips, huh? Plays the rock enough? Oh, sure. Okay. Later? Okay, thank you. Hello. You're still on. Oh, thank you. Sorry. I saw something. Yeah. I was just trying to sight read this. Can I reach this? I can reach this. Yeah. Nope. Wow, it's the lowest note. It's the lowest note, everybody. Oh, this is the lowest note in the piano. Oh, that's crazy. I play the lowest note on the piano. You don't actually really play this note and this note too much on the piano. It's goes by super fast. And then, since we play that A, this. That was the last one. Anyway, this opus. I was reading opus. Very nice, Christine. Thank you. Thank you. Look, a flower fairy playing piano. Oh, Eliezer, take a different look. It's a hobbitses. Hello, I'm just hobbitses wearing some flower. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. How you like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you, thank you. Mage, so good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Am I ready to mingle? I am mingling. This keyboard playing is absolutely off the hook. Thank you. Talent, timing, and feeling in every note are incredible. I could listen to this all day. Simply amazing. Thank you so much. Christine sight read. Yeah, I'm sight reading. Oh. The music school, my level is low. I won't want them to get frustrated with me. You know, it's okay. You're gonna be just fine. Just keep pacing yourself and keep working hard. And yeah, don't ever give up. Okay. All right. just thank you so much. It is that just looks like vacation. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Hello everyone. Hey, like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ah, easy, easy. Easy. Okay. Just do it. Just do it as written. This one keep as is. Okay, let's do this one from the top again. Christina has the best style. Only you guys think so, but thanks. If you guys maybe just have expensive taste, this is an expensive dress. It's like I don't know. It's from like a farm or something. It's called like Farm Rio or something. But it was expensive. It was like from a farm, but it was expensive. It's like Farm Rio or something like that. Yeah. Just a second. Hello. Thank you, Lena. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna try to. I always keep my windows all closed, but yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I could do something about that noise. Just a second. Just 1 second. Thank you. Yeah, they're working. I'm working. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's all. Yes, it's working time. It's 1:44 p.m. Sun's out. People are out. They're all working. Yeah. Please be assured that your yard is clean. For sure, yeah. Happy Tuesday! Happy Tuesday. Hi, France. Bonjour. Bonjour. Hello. Hi, hi. Everybody from all over the world. At this point, I think she is the only flower left there. Later likes to make the lawnmower jokes. Happy Tuesday. She likes to say, the vegetation at her yard grows faster than anywhere in the world, and they recently prepared the garden for the new movie. Yeah. Yeah, I expect to see some Hollywood stars here, I guess. Hi, Christine from France. How are you? Comment ça va? Ça va. LL River, hi. Hi. Comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous? Ça va. Okay, well. Five flat. I think this one is maybe his. I think this might be Brahms's a lot more advanced work. Brahms has like a tier of works. He burned all his inferior works, of course, but he did like self quality control, I guess. But some of it are a lot more advanced than some others in structure. This one is one of the more advanced ones in structure. I was trying to analyze this at the same time play it. So I was like, in my head, there was like a lot of thoughts going on. I finished analyzing while I was start reading it. Hey, family. Yeah. Thanks, Sanchez. Hey, Silver Wolf. Yeah, I think I need a drink of water. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. I sight read Brahms Opus 117. It's a very famous set of music. Laggy? Oh no. Sorry. I'll try to do something about that. Yeah, I know we had a lot of viewers. Every time we have lag, our viewer drops. Let's see. Let's see what's hogging up the... Right when I said that, it went back up. But you know, whoever gets, whichever device that gets connected to this Wi-Fi, sorry. For some reason, that thing takes up a lot of power. And then view all previously connected. Oh, it's also my printer. Just a second. I want I want some Wi-Fi. Yeah. Let me just block them all. Let me just block everything except for this. And we should be okay. In the meantime, how's everybody? Hi everyone. Hi, like, subscribe to our membership. Thank you, thank you. I got this spam. I got this spam text message saying you could get a 45 cents. Oh, cool. Oh, guys, do you guys know that there's actually a penny shortage in America? Yeah. But then it's not like all the pennies are gonna go up in value just because there's a penny shortage. It's just unless you have like one of those like rare pennies. But let's see. Okay, so those are all blocked. This is blocked. Let's see what else. Oh, my iPad. Let me just block my iPad. iPad is blocked. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting really good signal now. Any case, yeah, so I was sight reading Opus 117, but then I'm like analyzing it and I'm comparing it to a lot of other romantic composers. So that's what happened. All in my head. I was like, this is C sharp, this is, yeah. But then I was cross-referencing while I was sight reading. It's a beautiful piece of music. I remember Mr. Perry used to concertize with this a lot. He used to like just periodically just include like, because he concertized heavily, like a set of intermezzi, and this Opus 117 was one of it. In any case. View all previously connected. Okay. Any case, I felt emotional. Oh, with the Brahms, yeah, it's a very emotional piece. Yeah, absolutely, yes. Brahms does emotions quite well. Yeah, for sure. Do you guys, well, everybody knows the Chopin ballades, but do you know the Brahms ballades? Well, there's the Edward ballade that there's the Edward ballade. Okay, let's see. Christine, so cool, thank you. They stopped making pennies. I guess so, yeah. Learning all about piano. I move my feet every other. Ah, I see. You're learning. Yeah, great. Very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Okay, great. I'm going to play the ballades by Brahms. Everybody knows the ballades by Chopin, but Brahms also wrote ballades. One of this, I play this every like spooky season, because it's so gruesome. My theory is that Brahms made a cover. Well, that's a literary work. This is actually, he composed a piece to it. But there's the Scottish, the old Scottish Edward ballad. The Edward ballad is also like in poetry. Ballad is I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe ballad is also used for poetry. there's poetry ballad, not just sung, not like singing, but back in the days, ballad, there was poetry ballad. Any case, this one is literally without words. I think, well, I believe, after, I've reached, I'm like Yoda when it comes to piano. And I only show about 20% of it, of what I know, unless I'm on stage, and then I show everything I know. But yeah, so I usually don't show much, just cause, I read somewhere that people don't appreciate free. People appreciate things they value, right? But people associate free with zero value. So I don't necessarily give out knowledge, skills. I'm not one of those like, I'm gonna grow my YouTube channel and show you everything I know. I'm gonna work extra hard to grow this YouTube channel to a million subscribers, and and fully show everything. You would think that you know me, and you would think that know what I'm thinking. You would think that you know what I'm gonna do. You would think that I'm predictable and very kind of naive and easy to control and all that stuff. That's what you would think, but that's kind of like what you call like camouflage. It's kind of like a mirror that I show back to whoever wants to take advantage. It's a defense that I'm doing anything mean to anybody. It's just I play along, kind of like a camouflage. So but in YouTube here, what I do differently, just in this channel, is I don't show 100%. But here I try to be a little bit more like myself. Well, in any case, yeah. So I mean, it'd be, I'm not on stage. This is out of tune. It's broken. It would be pure arrogance for anyone to judge me based upon the playing here. Although this playing is, it's way above people's awareness. What I do here is way above people's awareness. People only with metacognition will be able to understand what I'm saying. Metacognition is actually better than high IQ, but I have both. I do have extremely high IQ and metacognition. So, and then, I've been to the edge and back with music. Having done that, I got to the conclusion that Brahms is one of those people that know emotions, knows how to play with emotions, like kind of like a puppet master, kind of. He knows how to calculate, and he's like a puppet master. But at the same time, have you noticed that as marvelous and as beautiful, as enchanting as charming and enchanting as Brahms is, he's not as popular as Chopin. But why is that, right? One has to wonder, how come you have wonderful composers like Schumann, Brahms, and yet it's Chopin that's almost everyone's favorite, right? There's a very specific reason as to why this happens, and I won't explain it, but I'm just saying, as beautiful as this is, nobody's going around like, my favorite Brahms, I listen to Brahms all day. Nobody really says that. And same thing with Schumann, I've heard of people on their deathbed listening to Mozart nonstop, Bach nonstop, but never really, Brahms is an occasional thing. Schumann is an occasional thing. There's a very concrete reason as to why Brahms and Schumann, as brilliant as they are, in my opinion, I've been to the Edge and back, and yes, you wouldn't think, looks could be deceiving. You wouldn't think that, I'm like Yoda, I'm at the top. And if I look like Santa Claus, I think you would believe my words. But just because I look the way I look, it's hard to believe, right? That, I am the very, very rarest of the rarest. Top. The structural meanings behind Brahms and Schumann and Chopin and Liszt. And I'd have to say, if I had to rank the brilliance of all these composers, you'd be surprised. A lot of people think, well, Brahms wrote symphonies, Brahms wrote this, Brahms wrote that. He was everywhere. He wrote songs, and he's just, he's very prolific, very brilliant. And yet, out of Liszt, Chopin, Schumann, and Brahms, he would be ranked very last, dead last, in terms of compositional technique. He ranks dead last behind Schumann. And that's kind of surprising for the professional musicians. This is probably for professional musicians talk, because unless you have a vague idea of who these people are, you wouldn't really know. So what I found when I kind of took them apart structurally, pieces by piece, just generally, right? So when I took them apart compositionally, way at the top, you wouldn't be surprised, right? Way at the top is Chopin. But that's only because of one reason. And then, at the way at the top of the compositional scale is Chopin. And then you'd be surprised. Second is Liszt. Third is Schumann. Fourth is Brahms, which everybody thinks Brahms is at the way top. People consider Brahms to be very highly intellectual, but like a high intellectual. But when you look at his music, it's actually the opposite. Chopin is the high intellectual. Brahms is not as high of an intellectual as Chopin, which is a very unpopular opinion because, everybody believes in image more than the truth, right? There's the image, shallow, superficial things, right? If you're famous, you're good, right? But fame doesn't necessarily equal quality. But no one notices that fallacy. And at the same time, Brahms wrote symphonies, Brahms wrote this, Brahms wrote, a lot of, he wrote for strings, he wrote for chamber music, he wrote for this, he wrote for that. He's very prolific. He's, he did his own quality control. But when you actually take him apart, sorry to say, he actually falls behind Chopin. Fact of the day. Yeah, and it's absolutely true that music could be measured by music alone. Not by fame, not by money, not by power. Music could be measured solely through music. And so I urge everyone to get to know music and take away the dead weight. The dead weight of music are, it's gotta, see, we don't know, we can't validate you because we don't know music, but, we could validate you, we could credit you with do you have power, do you have money, do you have fame? If you have all those, then you are validated, but that has nothing to do with music, really. Also, another thing is, if you think about it in a bigger scale, right? Think of how many people who work in tech or who work in the Industrial Revolution era, who made a lot of money? is people who are directly related to the engineers. The engineers made a lot of money. But if you look at the very grand scheme of all of humanity, right? For example, I'm sure carriage makers or train makers, railroad was a thing. There are railroad tycoons, right? Railroad still is a thing. But, now it's something else, right? It's, IT, or, like it has to do cyber or something, like that's, what people think is, railroad better than railroad, right? But back in the days, railroad was a thing. And, people with a lot of money in the railroad thought, musicians, they all thought, rank at the bottom. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, guess who survived all of that trend? Carriages, railroads, whatever, boats, those people made more money. They probably directly impacted people practically and whatever. But if you think about it this way, give it another perspective. Mozart was always Mozart. Bach is always Bach. Bach is withstanding the era from all that transformation of, civilization, the changes in civilization, and it's still Bach. Van Gogh is still Van Gogh. Renoir is still Renoir. Da Vinci is still Da Vinci. Regardless of who came and went and built what kind of empire, art that everybody looks down on, right? Those kind of people, at the top, they look down on art. This is accessorizing. This is not practical. Oh yeah, but still, music, art, it's survived longer than, I don't know, it's still constant. Art and music are still relevant. Chopin is still relevant today. Are carriages relevant today? I don't know. Do you like carriages? Do you like traveling on horses? I don't know. But Chopin was relevant then when there were carriages and horses, and he's still relevant now. I think I heard of flying cars somewhere in the world. There's flying cars in existence today, but Chopin's still relevant. Meaning, art, because it's linked with psychology and our way of organizing sound with, in terms of physics and time and things like that, because of that, it's always going to be relevant. I don't care if we switch from laptop to, those, like in Minority Report, they don't have laptops anymore or something. It's all done by like screens and things like that. I don't care if we don't have handheld cell phones anymore. We used to go from flip phones to and then the touch screens, right? There's a whole revolution of just cell phones, right? And cell phone companies make bank, I'm sure. But Chopin was relevant way before cell phones. And still now, Chopin's still relevant with cell phones. So, in any case, there are some certain things like art that will never lose its value with time. Some things are timeless. I'm a part of that. I've actually scoured through all of the timeline. So, here I am. This one is called the Edward Ballade. Gigi, definitely not as relevant, but always be Chopin. Yes. Right? I mean, yeah, but Yes, but like, horse-drawn carriages are not as relevant, right? But Chopin, in comparison from that time, is far more relevant than horse-drawn carriages, right? I'm just saying. No. Well, technically speaking, music started before humans, and it'll outlast humans. Although I think humanity will continue. But Joel says, once again, music is anything pleasing to the ear or heart. Nope, it's not. Music is not pleasing to the ear. Music is not defined by anyone's preference. If you think your preference decides whether something is music or not, then then you have to have the word God in bold black letters. Only God could decide. But no. Music is not something that pleases you or anyone in particular. Music is defined as sound organized in time. And music could be scary, music could be offensive, music could be pleasing, music could be heartfelt, music could be, this or that or that. But that doesn't mean that whatever you don't find pleasant is not music. It's still music. Marnata. Jason says the best place to start with music is Beethoven and the Beatles. Are you equating the Beatles to Beethoven? That's hilarious. Thank you. That's hilarious. Chopin was the Einstein, but Brahms was the Kanye of his time? No, actually, Brahms was still brilliant. Brahms was very well respected, very well. Chick is top one. Yes, I am. I'm not showing it, but I am. But I wouldn't say anything that was not true. I find your talks very interesting. Well, it's the truth. Hello. Thanks. Yeah, well, sharing all this you gave. That's my opinion. Well, in any case, I'll keep playing. Cool. Facts. Yep. Hello. Hi. What about birds chirping? Bird calls could be music depending on the regularity of it. Hi, Tamar Santos. Hello. Thank you. The world is really bad nowadays. Cool. Yes, music is physics, surely part of the fabric of the universe. Forgiven I. Yes, music is physics. Fabric of the universe, absolutely yes. We are surrounded. We are surrounded by. Yes, we are surrounded. Everything's fine? Yes, everything's fine. Yes. Yes. So then, let's go ahead. This one is always fit for spooky season. I don't know why I'm in the mood for spooky season. It was because maybe Disneyland is having amazing. Thank you. Well, beautiful. Wow, thank you. Well, actually, this is kind of spooky. I'll explain it to you. So there's this dude named Edward, and then he had a Faja and a Maja, and then he said, "Bye, father," and then he said, "Bye, mother," after being questioned by his mother where his father was. Anyway, it's I don't know. I think I mean, I've seen Wozzeck. That was pretty disturbing, Wozzeck. But, in my opinion, Edward, if you really gets down to it, psychological and everything, I think it's as dark as it gets. You know, and okay, I'll just explain it to you. It has a lot of word painting without the words. I was trying to get to this word. Another point that I wanted to make is, there are people who made like a name for themselves, right? Crossing the Atlantic, or circumnavigating, whatever. Columbus is pretty famous for this. Columbus made a name for himself, right? But guess what? Even when he did circumnavigate and all that stuff, you know what outlasted Columbus? Although his name is etched forever in history, right? Although, one might argue that the Vikings were the first. Anyway, but in any case, yeah, one would argue that Vikings were the ones to discover. Well, anyway, I'm not going to get into that. But but you know what outlasts all of them? The ocean. The land outlasted all of them. Whoever, was famous came and went. I mean, we don't talk about them as much as, the ocean is still relevant and, still here. So that's kind of like what music is and what art is. And you know what stands the test of time is all the art and music that is aligned with the truth. So when you're studying piano, or when you're studying art, or when you're doing anything, right? What I urge you to do is don't think about, climbing the ladder or networking. Yes, of course you have to do that. Yeah. I don't do any of that. So yes, go ahead, do that. But that's, I guess it's personal preference. But in addition to whatever you feel like you're doing to, socially climb the ladder or whatever that you would want to do, some, people are all different. Not everyone is uninterested as me in politics or things of the world or whatever. I'm very aligned with musical truth, art truth. That's really all I care about. Not much else. But at least be aware that the things that will stand the test of time, instead of, I heard, right? The pencil that you sharpen, the pencil lead, I heard that's like same thing as a diamond, right? But like not manufactured diamond, not like artificial diamond, but like, the real diamond. I heard the difference between the value of this and that is that the diamond withstood pressure and the test of time, and so it's more valuable that way, right? Or but what I'm trying to say is just know that sure, maybe you might enjoy a lot of things in this lifetime or for a period of time, but do you know what lasts longer than that? You know what makes Mozart Mozart, Chopin Chopin, Bach Bach. You know what makes Beethoven Beethoven? Is that, beyond their time. If you're interested, if you're really ambitious and you really want to make your mark in history, then don't be too concerned about the things that are happening now, right now, what you could see, what you could feel. These things go away. But the things that really matter and the things that, really keep in perspective, yeah, politics is going to be temporary. There are waves. And you think you did a lot to get to that top, I guarantee you the waves change. The times of the whatever change. You are bound to face some changes. So if you want to withstand all of that and, don't care about, have immunity to all these changes in the world, basically, is to do what I did. Be aligned with the truth. Know that music could be measured purely by music. And and enjoy music for music's sake. Don't use music or piano as a tool. Because if you do that, then you won't be an artist of the truest, of the authentic, of the most authentic kind. If you use art, music, as your personal tool to get somewhere, to get this, to get that, as a transactional thing, then it's not valuable. Because you will only do as much, you will only pay out of your pocket as much. If something costs $5, you will only pay $5. Have you ever seen anybody who goes to a store and something costs $1 and pays $100 for it? Have you ever seen anybody who do that? As long as you think of piano or music or art as transactional thing, a tool to get you something, to get you some kind of benefit, to get you somewhere, then ironically, you will never be the authentic true artist. It's very ironic. But as soon as you get rid of that, and you don't care how much you pay for something, as long as you get to the finishing line. Because the finishing line's going to be a lot higher than whatever transactional calculations in your head. And I'm talking to professional musicians too. Professional musicians, most professional musicians, most people who do concerts and stuff like that, most people, there are very rare people who actually get to the art standard of piano music, the art standard of music. There are very few people like that. But that's why I'm rare. But there are people who would do just enough to get that applause, just enough to get this, just enough to get that, just enough to get that, but never, the piece is never fully theirs. The piece is never fully at the level of art. And so it's shallow and it's superficial. So if you want to pursue piano or music, just get in the habit of not caring, but caring only for the music's sake. Doing music for music. Looking at a piece and saying, I need to do this 100%. I need to reach 100% of this piece, right? Then it would become art because it's not transactional anymore. Well, hopefully people understood this. this, but so here. First of all, you're not supposed to play up down, up down, up down, up down, and you're not even supposed to fake legato. There's a lot of fakers when it comes to legato too. There's actually the real way to do this. Some people say, oh, there's no such thing as real legato in piano because it's percussive. When you play it, it evaporates. The sound decays starts as soon as it sounds. It's a percussive instrument, but there's actually a correct technique to play legato, which I will not be sharing. But what I'll say is don't do this, don't do that. I will share, don't do this, don't do that, but I won't share do this and do that. Don't do up down, and don't do fake legato where you think just connecting as much as you can. You think staying on top of the piano is gonna give you that legato? No, it's not. Don't do that either. Don't do the fake legato, and don't do the up down non-legato. Don't do any of those. But do this instead. And I know I made it look really easy. It's nearly impossible for at least first timers. I did it on my first try. But yeah, the way to play legato isn't faking it. You don't fake legatos. There's a real way to do it. But you'd have to have the world's best as your teacher to learn these techniques. This is actually passed down word of mouth. You can't find it anywhere. AI doesn't know it. Nobody knows about it. Unless you learn from the aid. You don't even talk about schools. You talk about specific name. You name drop. So if you ever come across, a pianist and they start talking about, I played piano for 6 years. I play Beethoven third movement, Moonlight Sonata. If they call it Moonlight Sonata and they say I play the third movement, just disregard them. They're at intermediate, advanced intermediate at best. When you get to the world's best top, they start name dropping, and on top of that, they know why they're name dropping. Top of the 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 top. Don't name drop because this professor taught at this school. No. Top of the top of the top of the top of the top. The rare 1% of the 1% of the 1%. A handful of us in the world. The reason why we name drop, because we are referring to the school of teaching and the school of technique. We know if they came from the Russian technique. We know if they came from this technique school, that technique school. We know why we name drop. We don't just name drop. But that's going to be the characteristic of the top 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 of the top. Because we will be saying this is a technique from the Moscow Conservatory passed down, you know, in that it's a Russian technique, the virtuosic Russian technique, so on and so forth. We will know why we name drop. The reason why we name drop is because there's a specific technique that each professors used, passed down from their ancestors in piano. So, here we go. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mm. Mm. Also, I'm not sure how John Williams' music is regarded, but I think the Star Wars theme is instantly recognizable for most people more than the music from the greats from the times past. Well, uh, most people, it's the opposite. Uh, I wouldn't say that you're the majority of people. Uh, John Williams modeled his music after. This is the thing. The thing about film composers, especially when they're starting out, they'll be referred by the director, right? So they don't have complete. I'm not just talking about John Williams. I'm talking about every film composer in general. They don't have complete artistic freedom. What they're given is they're given like a movie, like a kind of a finished product of a movie, kind of. And then the producer, director, whatever, these people, they play existing music. So they could be playing Beethoven, they could be playing Korngold, they could be playing, I don't know if you're familiar with these, but they could be playing existing pieces, especially Korngold. They could be playing these to the movie thing, and then have the composer come in and then say, oh, I want you to compose something similar to this. So in essence, John Williams, he adopted the classical greats. If you could understand the yeah, the more established you are as a film composer, like later in your life, you have more freedom. But even then, sometimes, you'll have like, because film music has to fit the film, right? It has to fit the mood of the film, the character of the film. Sometimes there will be a theme for a character. Sometimes there'll be like overall main theme. Sometimes you'll have, different uses, right? So there's the suspense theme, or there's this, this theme, that theme. I took film music class, so I know about this. I took most music classes, so I know about most music. It'd be easier to talk about, it'd be easier to find like things that I haven't worked on or things that I don't know about. It'd be shorter amount of time than to list all the stuff that I know. I know about vocal music, chamber music, film music, orchestral music, piano music. I know, cello repertoire, violin repertoire. I know choral repertoire. I know electronic music. I know how to work with Pro Tools. I know how to make synthesizer, keyboard, synthesizer patches. I know jazz. I'm a jazz minor. I studied Britpop, and pretty much, it's just, and I studied Renaissance music, medieval music, like extensively all of these things, ethnomusicology, symphony classes, Beethoven symphony class to be specific, as well. I don't know of anyone who studied music as much as I have, who's also as fantastic as I am on the piano. Most fantastic musicians don't study. So performers who are top tier, like top 1% performers, they usually don't study. But I'm very rare that I was regarded as number one by world's best. I was their top choice. I was their top student. Not one of many. Most of the time, I was their top. Um, uh, Star student by the world's best. But when you're at that level, and you're busy performing, you don't study. But I did. I studied. So I know. And I've known film composers. I know film composers. Some of my students are film composers. I know somebody who worked for Hans Zimmer. So I know film industry, film composers. I've been filmed I've been filmed in a movie. I've played for a movie. I've been to a recording studio. So I know all about this. Most of the time, if you're starting out, you're not an independent person with an independent artistic endeavors, independent thoughts. So people think like John Williams is like, oh, he's a genius. And he came from nothing. He created all this from nothing. That is a big misunderstanding. I wouldn't say he's not brilliant, I wouldn't say that, but anybody who starts is, you sit there and you have to listen to like a sampling. You have to look at the movie, and you have to listen to the sample music, and then you have to decide how you're going to compose for that scene, kind of along with the sample music, especially if the director is like, if you're working with a hotshot director, you really have very little choice because it's a power struggle, right? So in any case, I mean, if you think John Williams is the best out of, if you think John Williams is better than Beethoven, then I'm not going to change your mind, but it's not the fact. You are, you are misunderstanding the truth. But I mean, thanks for saying that, because I know a lot of people would think that, right? Yeah. So I understand. Ah, nice, nice. Great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Eleazar says John Williams took the ideas from Concord, Holst, Stravinsky, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, he took ideas from Dvorak. He took, because like, one time we were in the car, my friend and I, we were in the car, and there was this, we were listening to Dvorak in the car, and this one instance just came out, and it was like copy paste almost. Yeah, so it's in the industry, if you're in the music industry, or if you're like kind of like a music buff, even if you're not a professional and you kind of like music a lot, then you will know that there's a lot of borrowed ideas that film composers use from the standard classical composers. It's borrowed. So, are these film composers better than the people that they borrowed from? I mean, who knows? I was getting my award from, I graduated top of my class. I have an award certificate. They didn't tell me about it. So I was a faculty before completing my doctorate degree. I became USC faculty before completing my doctorate degree. Technically I was still a student and a faculty at the same time, because I hadn't finished my doctorate degree, but I already had my master's and my artist diploma. So I still had 3 degrees. It's just I didn't finish my doctorate degree when I became the youngest faculty of USC. So in the middle of my faculty duties, I thought that I was being called to Town and Gown. There's this place called Town and Gown. I thought I was being ushered there because all faculties had to be present for this award ceremony for students. So I didn't know that I was getting, an award, right? So then, this was when Hughes was still around, and, he kind of looked at me like, mischievously, and he said, "Come here, sign in." And I said, "Okay." So I signed in, and he said, "Go ahead and have a seat over there." And I was like, "Okay." But he kept smiling, he kept laughing. And I didn't know why he was laughing. I thought he was laughing at me because I was a baby faculty. And, like as a baby faculty, like, like a newly minted baby faculty, right? I'm still a student, right? And everywhere I go on campus, everybody still thought I was a student, right? And not faculty. And everybody just said, "Oh, you're a college student." I'm like, "No." People thought I was a college student. So then, I go in and I'm there, and then all of a sudden, piano doctorate degree, top graduate of piano doctorate, graduating, whatever. No, this was after, right? So that after I finished my degree, I was still a faculty, right? So that, because I became a faculty before I finished my doctorate degree. So I was a baby faculty, and then so after that, there was a town and gown right after that, and then so and then I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna, I'm just gonna enjoy this as a baby faculty and just kind of congratulate students there. So I sat down, and then they called me out, and I had to go on the podium thingy and get my award. And I looked at Hughes, and I understood exactly why he was laughing at me, because he didn't tell me that I was getting an award. But he just said, "Well, all faculties have to be there." And I was like, "Why?" I'm just a baby faculty. He said, "Well, you have to be there." And he insisted I had to be there without telling me. And so it was really funny. Any case, I graduated top of my class. I have the award that I haven't. I should actually frame these. But anyway, so yeah. Having studied classical music, there's no composers that are greater composers, that are better than the greatest classical music composers. I'm just going to say it out there. There are no greater composers than the great composers of the classical musics. I mean, at best, this is at best, they'll be on par. But nothing that exceeds the greats. And this is including like the popular film composers. Again, popularity is not quality. McDonald's is popular. Popularity doesn't necessarily equal top quality, right? Anyway, in terms of like music, there's no composers that are greater than the great composers in classical music. It's just a fact. That's the truth. So then, yes, little love tune. Cool. I don't know piano, but Mozart energy best. Oh yeah, cool. Thank my sister. Okay, sure. Cool. Ah, I see. Oh, yes. Yes, Great, Eleazar. Le Jazz. Oh, yes. Yes. Great. Yeah, literal. Yes. Yes. Cool. Hey, Chapman. Okay, cool. Prokofiev have to play in 3 months. I haven't done anything before. In 3 months? Prokofiev? I recommend the toccata. That'd be irresponsible for me to do, but well, people are asking for Chopin. to marketing and business. Nothing's new. It's all in the books from 100 plus years ago. Yes, John. The reason why it wouldn't be I would rip my fingers off from the toccata. It's not that bad. Yeah, well, it's because human psychology has not changed. You know, why would the marketing tactics change if the human there are Chopin pieces where you could tell. I'll tell you a secret. It's a secret. It's a secret about Chopin and about some of his pieces. There are pieces in Chopin literature that he wrote out of pure frustration of the idiocy of his times. And you wonder, right? So the people of Chopin's time, the listeners of Chopin's time, listening to Chopin, you would think that they're a lot more aware of classical music and, you know, and what's happening in the music and things like that. And they're appreciative of Chopin because Chopin was a star, right? He did pretty well in this time. You know, he wasn't one of those. He wasn't Schubert. You know, poor Schubert. But there's some pieces you could tell the frustration that Chopin has, and it shows. It's not about the music too. You know how there's like how there's music like it's an internal frustration, like emotional internal frustration that composers compose. No, these moments that Chopin had were directly geared towards other people. He was frustrated with the lack of intelligence of his listeners, and so when he wrote it, he put it in his music. And brownie points if you know exactly what I'm talking about. Bonus points if you know exactly what I'm talking about. Chopin wrote, it wasn't about his frustration. It was not his internal dialogue at all. There are pieces that he wrote, and you could tell. And I could, and if I show it to you, you could never unsee it. It's so obvious. And people listen to it like, oh, it's so beautiful. But it's because he was so frustrated with his listeners. He was like, here, this one, this, do you see it? Yeah. That's what he was doing, like for the thing. But it's gorgeous. So I doubt that at the end of that concert, that whatever he played this piece for, I doubt it. I doubt that anyone in the audience, say for somebody like Liszt would have gotten it right away. You know, somebody like me, somebody like Liszt, somebody at our level would have caught on with it right away. Oh, he's trolling the audience. He's trolling the audience, but it's written beautifully. So for hundreds of years, I have never met anyone, I have never seen anyone who actually talked about Chopin composing to troll his audience. Never. Because people, even historians and all that, they kind of wear these like rose-colored glasses, and you know, when it comes to like Chopin, I don't know, but I have yet to come across any of this information. So this is anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. If you could find it, I will give you bonus points. You know, and a lot of people think, like, you know, they come to me and they look at my outer appearance. I don't know what I look like, you know, honestly. Why do people think I'm so stupid? But if you come to me thinking I want your validation, please. I do not want anyone's validation, because I don't think you're qualified to validate me. The world, there are very few people in the world qualified to validate me. So if you could find these because and the thing is, I tipped you off, so you can't take full credit anyway. If somebody came up to me and said, hey, do you know that's Chopin was trolling his audience, I would be like, we could talk now, and I would try to talk. I would try to talk at an eye level. I would try to think like, oh, okay, maybe he knows something, maybe she knows something. But honestly, hardly anybody's qualified to validate me. But yeah, I'll validate you. If you come to me and you tell me exactly the passages, it's very specific. And yeah, he wrote that out purely out of just annoyance. He's annoyed. Like, oh my gosh, Chopin, like, dude, chill. Like, chill, Chopin. It's okay. Yeah, not everybody's a genius like you. Yeah, but there are pieces like that in Chopin's repertoire. But nobody knows about it. Nobody talks about it. Nobody knows about it. And yet, people think they could validate somebody like me. Like, huh. Let's go. It's literally insane. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's so much fun, right? Cool. Proc Sonata, I like 8. If you could learn that in 3 months, go ahead. Ta-da! Especially this part. Let's try doing this. Yeah. Proc A. I love this third movement. Goodness. Yeah, and mind you, I have not touched this in a very, very long time. It'll be like sight reading level at this point. But yeah, let's do it. I like this section. And one never knows when they're going to die or they're going to live. Who knows? People have been saying apocalyptic things for tomorrow, the August 12th, some people said the world is ending on August 12th tomorrow, you never know. And when the world ends, whatever I say, it won't matter anyway. But in case, the world ends for some and not for others, I want to say this truth. If you are lucky to have come across me, I can tell you one thing. You will never find a pianist that is greater than me. At best that'd be maybe at my level, but you won't ever find a pianist that is better than me. And you will never find anyone who knows piano music better than me. Oh, actually, save for Dr. Warden. there are there are people, but I'm at the very top. So save for certain people, I'm at the very, 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 very top. So it'd be very rare to find anybody who knows more piano music more accurately than me. That's where I am. So I don't need people's validation. Most people who try to, who try to bait me into hey, dangle some carrots in front of me. Hey, I'll give you some compliments if you play this for me or whatever. Or, do this for me and I'll give you compliments. Or I could give you a compliment, grovel at my feet. Honestly, you wouldn't say that to me if you knew piano, and you wouldn't say that to me if you knew music, and if you really wouldn't say that to me if you knew art. So I'll just leave that out there. That is the truth. So whoever you think is better than me is probably not better than me. Okay, hold on. Wow, I haven't played this in a really long time. Whew. It is indeed a B flat major. I love this sonata so much. It's so warped. You know, let's just say, right? So nobody puts in Prokofiev in the mix of, you know, the great romantics, right? So I love how this entire sonata starts in B flat and ends in B flat. And you could really totally just call them, it's in B flat major. Because if you look at Chopin, no, there's not it ends in a minor, but it ends in a major. It begins in a minor, but it ends in a major, you know? And then there are a lot of instances where like there's a key, do you play the sonata in, whatever minor, and then but towards the end of the piece it's like, okay, you could consider it like maybe a big Picardy third, huge section of Picardy third, anyway, in any case, I like how this one, it just like starts on one key and then ends in one key. But anyways, yes. Christine, tell us secret. No, I don't tell you secret. Oh, well, secret. Okay, sure. Give example. No. I think I tipped you enough. Go ahead and find it. Some Jerry Lee Lewis. You know, he was just a brilliant genius, and he just kind of got tired of everybody like not being at his level. So there are pieces, Chopin, you know, there are pieces where you're like, oh, he was really just burned out for being the only genius in the room, you know. And you could feel the exhaustion of like, because remember, right, classical music has always been like an elite society kind of thing. Not anymore. The elite society doesn't care about classical music anymore, but it used to be, you know, this whole elite society kind of thing. Classical music. And so the people in the audience probably was very self-important, you know. I'm just gonna try to play his side, you know, like why did he get cranky and, you know, write things to troll his audience? Well, probably because his audience, you know, his crew, his, you know, whatever, was probably because everyone was a hotshot. And, you know, when you gather around a group of hotshots, then they tend to kind of like look down on people who do music or art, even though, you know, Chopin was, I mean, out of the people, right? Out of all the important people, the important politicians, the important people there, you know, whose name do we know? Chopin. But at that time, you know, these people don't have, only geniuses could predict 500 years from now. That's one of the characteristics of a genius, is that we could predict way ahead. Our timeline is not limited to the timeline of now, but almost everybody who think they're a genius are very deluded because they lack characteristic of a true genius, right? So then Chopin knew himself, and he knew, you know, 500 years from now, or whichever years from now, that he would still be relevant, that his name would still be around, his music would survive, and probably all these self-important hotshots were sitting there like judging him, saying, "Oh, give us an entertainment. You're our entertainer. We pay you to entertain us. So entertain us. You know, we'll give you validation. We'll give you, you know, whatever." But probably in Chopin's mind, he was like, none of you are qualified to give me that kind of validation, which is, you know, it's just the way things work. So when you're the only genius in the room and everybody thinks they are at your level, then you start making these kind of troll-ish things just out of pure enjoyment for yourself, I guess. You know, it's like, oh yeah, if you think you're such a hotshot, then catch on to what I'm drawing right now. Which nobody did for what, hundreds of years. I did, but nobody talks about it. You know, it's either they want to protect Chopin or they don't know about it, which I think nobody knows about it. Otherwise, people will talk about it because they talk about Chopin like they know Chopin. But most people don't know Chopin. And probably, you know, it was his own way of just kind of having fun. Mozart did that. You know, if you're the only genius in the room, but everybody else thinks they're at your level and they're, you know, they're all geniuses, whatever, then you do things in the music, you know, you encode it into the music, and then you say, well, prove it. Because in the meantime, they're sitting in the judge's seat, sitting back and saying, "Oh, entertain us, prove to us that you're a genius, prove to us, and we'll give you the validation. Whatever we think, we can make or break your career." And they're sitting on their high horse, right? But Mozart and Chopin, they had a bit of temper, but maybe they couldn't say it, then they could encode it, they'll embed it into the music so that all the people that think they're sitting in the high seat, high horse, judging Mozart, judging Chopin, would Chopin would be like, well, hey, the joke's on you, right? You're not catching on. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're not catching on. Nobody's catching on, right? That's actually what's happening with some of Mozart's music and some of Chopin's music. I've seen people talk about the Mozart music because he kind of makes it obvious a little. But Chopin's music, he does it a little bit more subtle. I don't know. Nobody's talked about it. Nobody thinks about it. Nobody talks about it. But I know why he did it. He's probably was going to be in front of these group of people who think they're better than him. So, naturally, right? Any case. But here's Prokofiev. I would love to put Prokofiev in the romantic group. When I was talking about Chopin list, Brahms, Schumann, I'd love to put Prokofiev in that group. I think he belongs in that time. I think he was born in the wrong era. He and Chopin would have duked it out. My gosh, they would have. They would have duked it out because they're very similar. Yeah. And that's another thing. Nobody else talks about that either. Nobody talks about the similarities between Chopin and Prokofiev. Well, I mean, most professional concert pianists don't study because they can make a living without studying. So what they do is they, parrot, and then they listen to other people, and then they listen to this, they listen to that, and then they make a judgment on how to interpret, and they think they know how to decipher the score, but it's not deep enough. So I probably might be one of the very rare concert pianists who could actually play better than everybody else and know music better than everybody else. I'm going to probably be one of the very, very few in the world, very rare few in the world who could do both. But yeah, Chopin and Prokofiev are very similar. And that's another secret that I've let the cat out of the bag, right? That's what they say. Yeah. Today we have Chopin's secret recorded. Absolutely, yes. So okay, well, please don't reveal to us. It'd be a challenge to locate Chopin's secret. Yes, absolutely. Christina's the best. Thank you. Oh yeah? You want rock too? Okay. At least, it was a great time to be here. Cool. Christine's so wise. Thank you. It's like he amassed frustration beneath elegancy, tranquility, lushness. He was aristocratic for that. It's genius. Absolutely. Those elites today are no longer the real elite. Nope. Well, I feel you. Thanks. Yeah, cool. Cool, the smartest pianist. Thank you. Cool. Very nice. She is a legend. Thank you so much. Mozart? Okay, I'll do, amazing. Okay, I'll practice Mozart. Hold on. Let me take battery? Oh no, I'm out of battery. Okay, well. I'm charging. I'll do Rock 2 first, and then I'll go to Mozart. Oh. Ooh, Prokofiev. Anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. Well, if you want to steal my ideas and then say that it's yours, well, here's the thing, rude awakening. You could pretend that this is from you, originated from you, but let me just tell you, nobody in the history of piano has ever made these claims that I have. And people are going to want to know the proof, and you could squeeze out the proof, whatever, as best as you can, but it's people will still know you don't know what you're talking about. So don't steal my ideas. finally reached the section to give a pop quiz. Pop quiz, everybody. What music is this? It's kind of famous. It's everywhere. And I gave you a hint. It's probably one of the most famous tunes. It's everywhere. Hi. Hello. Hi, hi. Cool, cool. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, hi. You from Uzbekistan? No, I am not. But I'm flattered that you think that I'm from Uzbekistan. Thank you, thank you. Hello, everybody. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. Hello. Wait, can you play it again? Time for me to go. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mitch. Hey, are you going taco hunting or pineapple hunting? Yeah, Mitch. Are you going hunting for tacos, pineapple, ice cream? Ice cream's right here. No need to hunt. It's a sitting ice cream. Right here. Right here. Just chillin'. It's a chillin' ice cream. Ice cream just chillin'. Okay. Well, yeah, I look forward to seeing you. Yeah. Great. Going to Home Depot. Super exciting. Hey, actually I love Home Depot. That is super exciting. I'm being sarcastic because I didn't catch that. Yeah. Yeah, Mitch, go have fun at Home Depot. Yeah. The pop music is tense. Yeah, so here we go. This music is actually super famous. It's everywhere. And I'll give you more clues if you don't get it. Okay. It starts. Here. But do you see it? It's a very popular tune and it's everywhere. Like literally everywhere. People have like TikTok reels about it. Millions of views, TikTok. Yeah, this music. Yeah. Anyone? Anyone? You don't recognize it? You don't recognize this? Okay, I'll give you a clue. This is from a long time ago, but then it's used in a lot of film music. It's used in like a lot of music. Like film music, it's used in like other people quote it. It's like it's become like an iconic thing. It's like really iconic, and then TikTokers TikToked about it. It became like this big thing, and then it's like, and then it made people feel very smart for noticing this theme when it happens. Anyway, it was like this whole thing. I'll give you another clue. Squid Game. I think it was like I think the whole TikTok thing started from like Squid Game. I have never watched Squid Game, but it's the music from Squid Game. He's using it here. Do you know it? Do people not know this? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Dies Irae. Yeah. This is his version of Dies Irae. No, Dies Irae. Yeah. This one. Yeah, he's using it. Yeah. And it's so can you hear it now? Can you hear it now? He uses it he uses so the left hand will do a longer, and then this one goes a lot faster, so it'll be double the tempo but it'll be layered like. And then he turns that into the theme of the opening theme, but then it comes back. Yeah, and then he turns it into that. But can you hear it? It's from Dies Irae. I think they used this in the K-pop animated movie. Did they? It's the Gregorian chant. Absolutely, yes. He's using it. Yes. I need to play that now. Yes. He really made it into his style. Yeah, but can you recognize it now? Can you recognize it right now? Now that I played it for you? It's Dies Irae. But see, this is how you do it. If you want a genius composer, if you want to be recognized as a genius composer way past your bedtime, let's just call it bedtime. If you want to be considered a genius, for as long as human civilization lasts, way past your bedtime, right? This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Instead of doing what everybody else did, right? And so do I think Prokofiev is better than Kapustin? Absolutely yes. Do I think Prokofiev is better than most composers? Absolutely yes. Prokofiev, as a composer, he understood music so well. He just didn't write in a way that everybody wanted him to write. But when I play Prokofiev's music, I think to myself, what a twisted genius. He is so twisted, but he's such a genius. But he's so twisted, but he's such a genius. But he understood the homework. You see? It's Dies Irae. And at first, even the biggest music buffs, right? You think you know music, and everybody knows Dies Irae, the Gregorian chant, whatever. And you've heard it around, for how many times. But, nobody spoke up to me and said, this is the Gregorian chant, Dies Irae, right? Hidden in plain sight, that's what it means. And that's the level of genius he is. And only geniuses could earn, only geniuses know what other geniuses do, right? So, but yeah, now that we know, please give flowers to Prokofiev. He still amazes us past his bedtime. I never watched the Squid Game. Oh yeah, me neither. Anyway, well, a lot of people like Mozart Requiem. But anyway, Um, you're interesting. That's gonna be just a start. Anyway, yeah. So, you want to impress me? Somebody like me will get impressed if you point these things out without me pointing it out to you. See, I would be like, yeah, impressed. And it would make me very happy. But, let me go ahead. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. Da 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 da. Could we make a song out of this? It's gonna be sacrilegious. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. I'm so sorry. Yes, I am a classical concert pianist. I will not disrespect Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky was wonderful. I think it's charged. I think that, don't you think? My device. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. I think it's charged. Da 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 da. Okay, never mind. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, if you actually got to know me, like really well, you would be like, wow, she's so humble. Yeah, crazy humble. But only if you know, only if you know what I know, and only if you know to the extent that I shrink myself to make others feel comfortable. All right. Well, some of you wanted Mozart. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Whoa, thank you so much. Thank you. What type of music do you play? I play classical music. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Very nice. Yeah, thank you. It's gonna be tough. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I'll play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Thank you. You know that Prokofiev Dies Irae? I'll still give you some bonus points if you could tell me which rendition of the Dies Irae Prokofiev referred to. There is a version of the Dies Irae that he referred to. Because Dies Irae, Gregorian chant, has been around for a long time. There's a version of that Dies Irae that Prokofiev took as a model. If you could give me that version, then I'll give you some bonus points. Thank you. Beautiful, Christine. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. I only know the original list, Mozart and Verdi. Oh, there are a lot more. And it's not any of those. Well, process of elimination then. Yeah. There is a composer. There's a composer who extensively used it. And it actually starts morphing into something else. Prokofiev used that version. The morphing one. The about to morph and the morphed one. Prokofiev uses that one. If you could get it to me, I will give you bonus points. Hello everyone, hi, like, subscribe, join membership. I guess today, I don't feel like shrinking myself too much. Yeah. Most of the time I shrink myself to fit dot. But today, I'm showing just a glimpse of what goes on in my head and what I could tell and what I could do. Just a glimpse. Like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you so much. Was Paganini a pianist? No. Rachmaninoff used it too, absolutely. But no, none of those people. you guys need a hint, I'll give you a one-word hint. Love. It's all about love. Yeah, if you could find a piece that's all about love, then that's the one that he wrote. That's the one that Prokofiev used, the motive from there. Yeah, there you go. Love. Yeah. There you go. Berlioz. Yeah, Berlioz. He used the Berlioz version of the Dies Irae. Yeah. Yeah, and I've never heard of Berlioz. Oh, it's okay. I mean, yeah. But what Berlioz does is Berlioz, he uses a lot of like motives. It's motivic. His piece is motivic, and the reason why it's Berlioz's Dies Irae that Prokofiev referred to, and not any other versions of the Dies Irae, a Gregorian chant, is because you, Eleazar, if you know the piece, right? You know the themes, you know the motives. You can recognize it. He actually morphs the Dies Irae and the Berlioz theme a little, and then he references Dies Irae using the it's a hark back to the Berlioz version of the Dies Irae. Yeah, yeah. And now that you could be you could probably quiz any doctorate person in music. You could say, hey, so Prokofiev uses Dies Irae in at least one of his pieces, and where is it, and which version of the Dies Irae did he use? And I assure you, most musicians won't be able to tell you. Yeah. So when people were like going crazy over TikTok over Dies Irae and going, they were like, oh my gosh, it's so amazing, oh, this is so genius, and I was thinking, you guys don't know about Prokofiev. Yeah, that's genius. Prokofiev, that one's a genius. Yeah. So if you want to be a cut above all the music buffs that know just basic knowledge, you could use this one. But just say, Dr. Kim or CHKPiano or Christine on YouTube, I learned it from her. Give me credit. All right. Like, subscribe, join membership. Yeah, because it's not common knowledge. There's bound to be at least one, egocentric person, trying to say, this is common knowledge. And so I could say it. Like, no, nobody's ever said it. Nobody. Nobody's ever pointed that out. Yeah, that's why I don't share my knowledge. Because people want to use it as a tool. But I'd rather that you understood, right? Right, you understood, right? Out of all the Dies Irae, why do you think, now this is art, right? So prior to this, it's facts, right? But then it's still a genius. It's still, levels above everybody else. But, then let me ask you, why? Out of all the versions of Dies Irae that Prokofiev could have used for that section, Let me ask you why he used the Berlioz one. And I'm not going to give you the answer. But there is a right answer. So for anyone, for anyone who, would like to parade around like they're the one that discovered America when, somebody else did already. At least people here, it's fake from the real. But yeah, why do you think out of all the renditions, right? I mean, we have the great Mozart, right? Like, he didn't borrow that one, right? Out of all of them, why did he use Berlioz's version of the Dies Irae for the Proc 8? Anyone know? Musical intuition? Let's see. It's like the Dragon Warrior scroll in Kung Fu Panda when you pass down your knowledge. Sure, yeah. Idai Fixe, Symphony Fantastique. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, but why did... Hello, you love the vibe of this room. So beautiful. Thank you. I love it too. Intellectual property of Chick. Yes. But I have a question then. Why? Why the Berlioz one? If you could answer this, I give you a bonus point as an artist. Not just a factual musical buff, but if you could answer this correctly, I would say, ooh, you understand a thing or two about art. You ask challenging questions. Well, I hardly ever ask any questions. If you get to know me really well, I hardly ever ask any questions about music and like piano to anybody else, because there's nothing that I need to learn from anybody else anymore. That's been done. So yeah, but as a how about this, as a teacher or a professor, as a professor, I want to ask you a question. Why the Berlioz version? Think again. Prokofiev liked to pack all of his lifelong belongings into a suitcase, and he wouldn't open the door like a minute early. He was very, very peculiar, very, very purposeful, very strategic, very calculative. Prokofiev was a very calculating man. So if you take into account Prokofiev's actual characteristic, would he have chosen it for theatrical dramatic purposes? Would it have chosen it for fun? Hello! Hey, welcome back. Hey, he invented hyperform music. Admire Berlioz, bold orchestration, dramatic storytelling. You think? Grotesque. Well, you'd rather have Berlioz to answer that question. Absolutely, yes. Yes. So you'd have to first examine the properties of Berlioz and what properties of that Prokofiev directly implemented into his Prokofiev 8th Sonata. Absolutely, yes, that is the order. So let me know if you could figure it out. For the love of the game. Okay. He brought the He's an importer? That's pretty creative. Yeah. Yeah. I think I really like your creativity. Yeah, you make me laugh. Yes. The importer. Yes. The first importer. The trading company of Prokofiev bringing us. That's funny. That's funny. This piece feels like a full movie, a good one. Berlioz? Symphony Fantastic? Fantastic symphony. So it's like a full orchestra just on the piano. Thank you. Yeah, that's actually the goal of a pianist, to be a full orchestra. And from my experience, whoa, yeah, no, use without it. As an experience, songs that have words, the words have power. But music without words have a lot more longevity and complexity and power. It's very abstract. And so the reason why classical music isn't as popular isn't because it's not good music. It's just too far above. It's just too far above. It's kind of like catching a cloud. Who makes an attempt to catch the cloud when it's too far up? Nobody's gonna try to waste time trying to catch the cloud, right? But they'll just maybe talk about it from way beneath, right? So yeah, but I'll say some of the I'll say the greatest masterpieces of music have no words. The greatest masterpieces of music are ones that have zero words. Greatest masterpieces of music are not songs. When you're talking about sheer artistry and masterfulness of it, they're not songs. But I'm kind of thinking. See, there's a big inner debate between me and myself. I was thinking, should I give people tools to understand music that have no words? Or should I just sit still? And I already have my spot in the history of mankind. My spot is secure. I'm already a legend. Nobody could dethrone me. It's set. It's settled. It's cemented. So do I make that effort? Do I not make that effort? And my altruistic self says, it's going to be a hassle. It's going to be a bother. It's going to be so hard. But do it for humanity. There's nothing in it for me. It's just going to be hard work. It's going to be like planting trees. It's like no one cares about trees, right? Like you plant a tree and it grows and people are going to chop it down, or you're not going to get any credit for planting trees, right? Any case, but let me tell you, the most fun with music, if you don't understand music that have no words, you have not begun to understand what music can do and what music is. So, if you listen to songs only, then you say, "Oh, I love music. I know music." If that's the only thing that you do, then you have not entered. You don't know. You haven't begun to know. Like you don't know what music could actually do. So, the best, the greatest masterpieces of music are ones with no words, because it doesn't need words. It does it. The music, it speaks using its own language. Words are human languages. There's songs in English. There's songs in other languages. There's wonderful romantic songs in Spanish. Very sensual. But words our human language, and you put that on top of music, and then you call the whole thing music. But honestly, the best masterpieces of music are ones that have no words, because the music will use its own language, its own system of language, its own system to speak, to convey, to do it. And it'll be far beyond what words, what songs do. And so if you haven't entered that level, you're really missing out. I hope, everybody's like FOMO is real, but I really hope that the fear of missing out is real when it comes to, shouldn't you at least, you're born a human being, and, if you enjoy songs, shouldn't you at least, it's kind of like trying caviar, right? Yeah, you might like it, you might not like it. I mean, who doesn't like caviar? I love caviar. But, trying it at least once, right? You're alive. If you have access to it, which I'm giving you access through YouTube. This is not YouTube level stuff. I mean, there's different levels of YouTube, I'm sure, but I assure you, stuff I do here, what I talk here, it's far beyond. But yeah, just kind of like trying out caviar, or which specific caviar. Caviar is all. Trying out bluefin tuna, or just trying out, Kona coffee. Just trying it out, right? Or if you have the time, then I suggest that you try to enter the realm of no word music. The 0 word music, and try to understand it like a language. And it's gonna really change your life, the way you hear sound. The benefit of doing that is that your brain, the neuropath inside your brain, I assure you, it's gonna start saying, oh, this is new, this is new, this is new. Because we're used to organizing verbal sounds, right? And then we understand it, right? But did you know you could do that with just pure music sounds? And once your brain gets used to it, it's like you learned another language. And it's a whole different world, because once you know another language, and it's no longer blah, 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 right? Have you ever gone to like a foreign country where you like don't know the language, or just walk into a market, a foreign market, just put yourself in, and then if everything sounds like just random noises, right? But imagine you learn that language before going to that, immersive environment, and then you could make out what people are saying. It's a whole different world. And therefore, this channel is called The World of CHKPiano, the world of CHKPiano, because I'm inviting you to my world. In my world, musical languages are more solid than human languages in my world. So if you can and you want to, join me. Yeah, and try to make sense of what it's not about how you feel about it, right? There's a difference between, like you could feel some certain way about, when I was in Toronto, So here in Southern California, there's a lot of different languages speaking, but there's like one major language, right? That all the legal papers are, there's like legal papers that are in like certain languages, right? But when you go to Toronto, there's a lot of like, it's called Quebecois, but it's a different type of French. But they speak, it's really different because, I'm here and then I listen to like, the typical foreign languages, right? The typical foreign languages of this area. And then I go over there and it's like the typical foreign language besides English is not Spanish or, well, in my town, it's not Chinese. It's not, it's, and then, so it's like, you go there and then there's people speaking in Quebecois, or, so it's like, oh, it's kind of fun. Anyway, just an invitation. Messy. Yeah. Cool. Concentration with is very low with people nowadays, sad. Oh yeah, attention span? Yeah. I mean, it can't be helped, right? Yeah. Yeah, real music is far beyond words, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, but there's but understanding. Mendelssohn would like to have songs without words. Cool. Yeah, so yeah, but like understanding the actual language, actual language, like not feelings, not emotions, but understanding the structure as in like a language, that's what I invite you for. Anyway, I'm gonna play a little bit of rock too and we'll call it a day. Thank you. World of Color 1 is back, Christine. I know, I saw it last night. Hi, Sanchez. Hug. My sister, you want to say hi to her? I'll tell her you said hi. understand the structure as immersing yourself in the art. That takes time and dedication, which is what you did, Christy. Yeah, I did. And I know that not everybody has the time and stuff like that, but the thing that I'm addressing is not so much effort, but receptivity, receptiveness, open-mindedness. It's funny how people who don't know much about music or piano or art as much as me, which is majority of the world, are so judgmental and they're closed-minded. But why? Is what I like to ask. If you can't, see, the reason why I could decipher Prokofiev, Chopin, or any of these people the way I can, unlike anybody else, is because I could decipher these like it's actual language. I'm not looking at a score thinking, does this benefit me? Does this make me feel a certain way? I don't connect it to myself, right? But most people do. Most people say me, 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 and then look at somebody like me who's detached myself just so that it could be pure art on its own and it could float without me dragging it down, and then judge me and say, she's not humble enough. Oh, little do you know, I am very humble. I make everybody feel comfortable by shrinking myself down. If I did not shrink myself down, then it would be mind-blowing. What I know about music, if I told you, you would be mind-blown, if not already. But if this doesn't impress you already, what I've shown you, if it doesn't impress you, then it's gonna be like an ego clash, It's like no, la 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 la, that kind of mentality that I'm talking about. I'm not judging anybody for being ignorant, because people could be ignorant voluntarily and involuntarily. But I am saying something about people who are ignorant but are judgmental. Like, how come you have an opinion when you don't know as much as I do? Because I form my opinion really just based on facts. But I know all the facts, the whole picture, the big picture, right? The whole picture, the whole truth. But when you're ignorant, you don't have the whole picture at all, right? But yet you're quick to come to a conclusion about something that it's like missing pieces. Like, you don't know, but you like to say, it's kind of like a kid, like you give them a little bit of caviar and you put them in the mouth and go, yuck, I hate caviar, I'll never have caviar in my life, or like you give a kid like a tiny little bit of sushi, and the kid just, ew, what is this? Ew, it's nasty, it's gross. It could be like bluefin tuna, right? Then you put it, it's just a sliver. It's like, here's a taste, ew, it's gross. And then there's the extreme of like, classical music puts me to sleep, right? Or like classical music is all classical music is relaxing. And I'm thinking, right? So I'm just addressing. It's not about ignorance, because the fact is, more and more and more and more, I might be the last one standing at the top. I might become the last survivor. I mean, who knows, right? But more and more and more and more, right? But so I can't judge everybody else for not being me, but I can say, hold off on your judgments. Hold off on, the conclusions. Hold off on those. Just give it a little bit more space. Just a little bit more. Like, oh, I don't really have an opinion about that. I haven't really formed a conclusion about that because I don't know all the facts. I don't know the pieces. I haven't tried all of it. It's just be okay with feeling incomplete about something when you have incomplete amount of information. I wish that people's feelings and opinions matched their level of knowing about a subject. There's one person, right? I hardly ever talk to him. I hardly. I'll say hi to him, if we run into each other in the hallways or whatever. But like I see him like on the weekends, like people talk to him, people talk to me. I never talk to him. The reason is because he goes around like he's like a music critic. But then he'll say it himself. He's like, I'm not a musician. I don't know anything about music. But then he'll go around telling people, that was good, that was bad. Yeah, good job, but not good. He'll be the music critic when he himself knows he had zero music training. He doesn't know anything about music. But he'll be the first one to say this or that about a performance, about this or that, and try to tell everybody. He'll go around the whole entire place, talking to this person, talking to that person, talking to this person, gossiper. He just goes around gossiping, and that is something I do judge. Well, because he put himself he put himself there, right? By judging when he doesn't, he's not a musician. So, since he put himself there, like if you judge, then I'll judge, right? Yeah. That is what I'm talking about. Match your opinion level, match your judgment to the amount you know. But the funny fact is people are unaware of what they know and what they don't know. So, that's where the judgment comes in, but I wish people were more aware that they don't really know much about anything unless they put an effort into it. So if you don't put effort into it, then just don't assume that you know anything about it, is what I like to say. But that's not how the world works, because people are power hungry. Anyway, but this channel, we know that you're gonna have to need a lot of qualifications to judge anything that's happening here. You're gonna have to be, unless you're Dr. Gordon, honestly. You're gonna look mighty silly judging anything from this channel, because, well, again, I don't show any more than 20%, but I do know what I know. Just because I don't show any more than 20% doesn't mean I don't have 100%. I do have 100%, and I know the 100%. So if I show you 20% and say that I'm only showing you 20%, then automatically, like, regardless, right? Because I'm only showing partial, you shouldn't have an opinion, right? That is the logical thing to do. In any case, it's a whole egotistic thing. It's a whole power thing, and anyone who's egotistic and power hungry, they're not an artist. They don't understand art. you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, well, just a second. Let me check on something. Thank you so much for being here. Today has been an interesting stream. Let's see. Interesting. Displayed. They're changing the rules. Oh, creator content, individual share calculation, premium light pool. They're changing this, so why? Oh, okay. Sure, I guess if I want to. What's this? Shorts feed? That's changing too. Alright. Music content. That's really funny. I wonder why they're changing this. Something happened. Okay, just a second. Alright, well, I've signed all the required terms. I did. Yes, I did. Okay, well, thank you so much for today. I had a lot of fun. I think it was great. I enjoy talking about music and things like that. So that was great. Like, subscribe, join membership. And yeah, if you are supportive of my channel, then you're a very wonderful person who's altruistic, who's supporting our group mission to elevate awareness and knowledge of music. So thank you so much. Indeed interesting. Thank you. Glimpse into the inner universe of CHKPiano, perhaps. Yeah, it's a glimpse. Yeah. 100 likes, yay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. So anyone who's supportive of this channel is it's actually supporting elevation of humanity. It sounds grand, but that's actually what we're doing. We're high vibing, that's all. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you on Thursday during our request time. And just want to say, hey, guess what? I found this. I found this picture of myself. That's actually what I look like. So yeah, I used this as my profile picture for USC professorship, but apparently I need another one, which I think I have. I mean, I actually don't care, but yeah, I don't really care. I do enjoy it when people are shocked when they see me. They look at like a bad picture of me, and then they see me in person. They're like, "Oh my god!" When I'm more attractive in real life, yeah, I get a kick out of it, because I'm not very photogenic most of the time. So anyway, I'll see you. Thank you. Lovely photo. Thank you. The outfit slays and you're beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'll see you on Yeah, I'll see you on Thursday for request time. And for anyone who wants to figure out why Prokofiev used the Berlioz Dies Irae instead of any other versions of Dies Irae, you could take your chance, another chance at it. I'll give you the, if anyone gets it right, I'll confirm it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Bye bye. Thank you. Yeah, I'll see you on Thursday. Bye bye.